Good morning. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning, Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Morning, Mr. Ryan Jones.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case on our calendar this morning, the show cause hearing status, case number 23, CIT 00832. Mood Swings Food Hall, license number 117346. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Taj Sohal, your access has been elevated. And Colin Chenchi, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm present.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chenchi. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, members of the board. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, representing the district today.
Good morning, sir. The representative from Mood Swings, do you have a camera you can turn on and unmute yourself, please?
I'm unmuted. I'm in the car right now, so my CarPlay won't enable the camera.
All right, that's fine. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment?
Yes, my name is Taj Sohal. That is TAJ, last name SOHAL, and I'm the owner for Mood Swings Food Hall.
All right, good morning, ma'am. All right, Mr. Chanchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government.
Any preliminary matters do you want to bring to the attention, ma'am?
Not currently.
All right. If this matter is not scheduled, it is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 26th at 10:30 a.m. The parties are reminded that 7 days prior to the hearing, they are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents and witnesses. Do you understand, ma'am, what I just stated, or do you have any questions?
No, I understand.
Okay, thank you. All right. If you know the questions, have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00065, Mariachi Lounge Bar and Grill, license number 122495. Mr. Oriere, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
No licensee, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Tenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record, sir?
Colin Chenchi, Assistant Attorney General with OAG representing the government.
Thank you. Good morning. The licensee is not here today. However, at show cause hearing status, there is no requirement for the licensee to appear. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 19th, 2020, March 19th at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, they are required to disclose documents and witnesses to the other side and also to the agency. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days previously, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward, from relying on those documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior. Okay, thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00480 Half Smoke, license number 100855. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Sure. Andre McCain, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Chenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Colin Chenchi, Assistant Attorney General with OAG representing the government.
Good morning. Mr. McClain, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yeah, Andre McCain, ANDRE, MCCAIN.
Mr. McCain, what is your relationship to the establishment?
Owner.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Tenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government.
Any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention, Mr. McCain?
No, they're not.
All right, then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 19th at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to disclose documents and witnesses that you will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents and witnesses. Any questions by either party?
No.
No.
All right, thank you. Have a great day, Mr. McCain. All right, take care then. Bye-bye. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00519, the emissary, license number 101155. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties and the licensee, please?
No licensee, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Tenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Colin Chenchi, Assistant Attorney General with OAG representing the government.
Good morning, Mr. Tenchi.
Morning.
The licensee is not here. However, at show cause hearing status, there is no requirement for the licensee to appear. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 19th at 10:30 a.m. I want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose the documents and witnesses 7 days previously to exchange documents, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been previously disclosed. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00313, Sol Mexican Grill, license number 122863. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
No licensee, Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you. Mr. Chenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record, sir?
Colin Chenchi, Assistant Attorney General with OAG representing the government today.
Good morning, sir. The licensee for this case is not on the line. However, at show cause hearing status, there is no requirement for the licensee to appear. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 26th at 10:30 a.m. Again, want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses they will rely upon at the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward. Any questions, sir?
No questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tenchi. Is the next case your case?
No, it is not. Have a good day.
You have a great day, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, the next case in our calendar is the show cause hearing, case number 24CC00024, Roses Queen Liquors, license number 60822. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case, sir?
Sure thing. Yi Kang Ung, your access has been elevated. Investigator Burnell Davis, your access has been elevated. And Alicia Hogenmiller, your access has been elevated. Appears to be all chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can I have the rest of the parties on camera, please?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson, I'm having trouble connecting to my camera. One moment.
Okay. And the licensee, do you have a camera that you can turn on, because I need you to be online. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Miss,
All right.
all right. Miss Hogan-Miller, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogenmiller, ALYCIA HOGENMILLER, on behalf of the government.
Good morning. All right. So who's representing who's representing Rose's Queen Liquors?
My name's Ricky Lewis, RICKY LEWIS,
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
interpreter.
So is the owner, where's the owner?
The owner is at another location. I'm snowed in with the laptop. I have spoken with the ABCA representative earlier to accept the settlement agreement. So we were going to ask for a temporary postponement to where I can get to him and we both can be on camera at the same time to enter in the settlement plea.
Ms. Hogan-Miller, have you had any conversation with the licensee? I don't know what was it. I guess an offer in compromise was provided. I think. Do you want to go off camera for a couple of minutes to talk to the? I'm sorry. What's your name, sir?
Ricky Lewis.
Mr. Lewis. I know that Mr. Lewis appeared, if I remember correctly, he appeared at the status hearing. Is that I'm correct, Mr. Lewis? You're at the
Yes,
status
sir.
hearing, and I think
Yes,
the owner was there with him. So I am not necessarily asking, because he's familiar to me in the sense that I know he appeared at this show cause hearing status with the owner. Based on the presentation that he's making, do you want to maybe go offline and speak to him to see if what the parties can agree to? I know that if the owner is not here, we cannot do an OIC, but if we can get the owner online, I mean, we could put the OIC on record if we're able to get the owner online.
Chairperson Anderson, I spoke with Mr. Lewis a few minutes ago, and we discussed doing a brief continuance of the case so that Mr. Lewis could speak with Mr. Ung about the offer in compromise and that the parties could submit a signed agreement for the board's review and approval.
So are the parties then jointly requesting a continuance?
Yes.
And
Correct.
all right, so I make a motion that all right, this matter be continued based on the joint motion by the parties. Is there a second?
Ryan Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn, Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Are you there, Ms. Quinn? And Mr. Anderson, the matter passes 4-0. So this matter is Miss Quinn, this is a motion to continue. Do you agree?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
So Ms. Quinn has voted, so the matter passed. The board has agreed 5-0 to continue this matter shortly to a date to be determined for the parties to discuss settlement. All right, thank you for the presentation. Have a great day.
Thank
Okay.
you, board members.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for your appearance today. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Are you still there?
You can log off, sir.
Okay, so we'll be sent the next date.
Yes, yes, you and the government can have the discussion, and if you guys can settle this matter, then we won't have a hearing. If not, if not, if you can just sign the offer and compromise, and then the board will review it. So, I will have our legal office reschedule it, but in the sense that it appears that the parties will do an OIC. Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. So I'll just reach back out to her and we can talk about this and try to handle it
Yes.
without
Yes.
wasting any more of your time.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
All right, thanks.
All right. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 24. Case number 24 ULC 00060 Capital Cannabis DC. This is a summary action notice. So, Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Sophia Matus, your access has been elevated. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, your access has been elevated. Pamela Wexler, access has been elevated. Savannah Hape, your access has been elevated. And I believe that's all, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Miss. So let's have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the government.
Good morning, Assistant Attorney General Sophia Mitas, Sophia Mietus. I'm here on behalf of the district.
Good morning, Ms. Mitas. Who is the representative of the licensee? Ma'am, if you're on mute, just can you hold on 1 minute, please? Just hold on 1 minute, please. Thank you. Hold on. I apologize. All right, ma'am. who's the representative of who's here representing Capital Cannabis DC?
And Mr. Anderson, my name is Pamela Wexler. I'm counsel for Capital Cannabis. The licensees are both here also, Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yap.
So where are they able to come on camera and introduce themselves for the record?
Savannah, John,
Yes, can you hear us?
your camera's not.
All right, so let's have the licensee identify and spell their name for the record, please.
I'm Jonathan Jackson, JONATHAN, JACKSON.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
One of the owners.
Okay.
And Savannah Hip, SOVANNA HIEP, the other owner.
So, Ms. Wexler, so do you represent the corporation itself, or you represent the owner? Who is it that you represent, ma'am?
I represent Capital Cannabis, the licensee.
All right. Okay. All right. So this is a summary suspension hearing. Hold on.
Closure.
I'm sorry. Well, it's just hold on. Ma'am, I just want some clarification. You
Sure.
said you represent the licensee. It's my understanding this is not an establishment that has a license from our agency. It's not my understanding that this establishment has an ABRA issued license. So you're saying that you represent the licensee. What licensee is it? Who is the licensee that you represent? I'm just trying to get some preliminary issues.
I'm listening. I'm just trying to make sure I understand your question. You're characterizing them now as an unlicensed establishment.
I mean, if I am incorrect, please correct me for the record.
That would be obviously the first point of contention. But the fact that they are unlicensed with respect to your treatment of them today does not change the fact that I cannot represent an LLC.
No, ma'am, I don't have a problem with your representation. You can represent whoever you want to represent. I don't have a problem. I'm just trying to get the only clarification that I'm trying to find out, ma'am. I'm not questioning your representation. Maybe you misunderstood what I stated. What I stated was that I was just trying to find out who your client was.
Right, when I characterized them as the licensee. So, that's kind of part of why we're here today.
Okay, all right. So
is the status of this operation.
All right. As far as our agency is concerned, it has not been licensed by ABCA because I'm not sure if you've listened this entire morning, ma'am. Every case I call the name and I also list the license number. And so the agency did not provide me a license number for this establishment. So what this says to me is that this is an establishment that is not licensed, at least from our.
We take issue with that conclusion and number of the representations made in the summary action with respect to how this operation is characterized and its characterization over time.
All right, that's fine, ma'am. This is not.
Sure. Okay, so I mean, what it's termed, I guess I just don't want to prejudice by assuming that the words mean something, the words mean something. So thank you for clarifying. I am counsel for Capital Cannabis, whatever their status may be under ABCA at the current.
All right, that's fine. All right, Miss. This is a summary This is a summary action hearing, so we take the same proceedings as a show cause hearing. So the how we operate this morning, the government goes first. The government will make an opening statement if it so desires. Then the licensee, then Ms. Wexler, excuse me, on behalf of your client, you have the opportunity to make an opening statement. You can defer to making an opening statement until you're ready to present your case. But the government will call witnesses. Once the government has called witnesses, then the establishment can call witnesses to make its case, and then the board will make a decision in due course once the case is over. Any questions by anyone prior to starting? And now I'll just ask on behalf of the government, are there any questions? Are there any preliminary matters that needs to be hashed out?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson, there's a preliminary matter from the district.
And what is that, ma'am?
The district moves in limine to have this board bar the establishment from presenting testimony or evidence about ABCA's consideration of its application for a medical cannabis retail license. On information and belief, the establishment may present testimony or evidence about its social equity application and the appropriateness of its location for a license. Such evidence is not relevant. This case is about an establishment selling unlabeled cannabis without a retail license. It makes no difference whether the establishment is or is not eligible for a license, or whether the establishment should have had a license at that time. That makes no fact of consequence here more or less likely. This is an enforcement hearing. It's not a licensing appeal hearing or a protest hearing. Further, excluding such irrelevant testimony will ensure that the board this morning can address the matter efficiently. Thus, the district moves to bar the establishment's testimony about their application.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how the establishment plans to defend itself in this matter. So I'm going to defer ruling on your motion. You can raise your motion once we have testimony to see how is it that they plan to defend themselves. And so therefore at that time, if you believe that if they want to call a witness and you believe that's not relevant, then or it's not relevant to the facts and circumstances of this case, then the board will make a ruling at that time. Okay, so yeah, so I think you are correct. This is a summary. This is a summary suspension action, and and as I stated earlier, I am not aware, because when I call this case, there's not a license. I have not been provided a license number from my agency. So as far as the agency is concerned, this establishment does not have a license to sell and serve cannabis within the District of Columbia. So you are correct. I think the issue is like whether or not they're able to, do they have a license? So, but we will address that issue when the respondent, I don't want to say licensee, when the establishment presents its case this morning. Ms. Wexler, do you have any preliminary issues you want to bring to the attention of the board before we start, ma'am? Ms. Wexler.
Chairman, I'm completely kind of baffled. I'm going to just enter on the record that and let this proceeding go forward, that I am confused as to what your authority is here today. Again, we can go forward, but you're suggesting that they don't have a license, so I'm not 100% sure where ABCA's authority today comes from, or why we are here, or what we are doing. Based on that, I apologize. This is all pretty complicated and swirling around, and of course, the application and what has gone on is central to this. So with respect to, I'm sorry, Ms. Meadus, if I pronounced your name wrong, I apologize. Motion, the application is central, and so it will be part of our defense. I guess I'll wait to hear how you actually apply that, deferring the ruling to whether we use it as we go forward. I'm not really sure what else to say on that. On the record, there's the status of this establishment and its license is why we're here. Thank you.
All right, hold on. Maybe I'm confused. So let me let me I'm trying to get a copy of the summary closure notice. Well, all right, so this is a summary. It's a notice of summary action where regarding the board's authority to act, Miss Wexler. It's pursuant to chapter 16, chapter 16B of Title 7 of the DC Code. So we do have the authority to move forward. Your defense, you can make whatever arguments that you wish to make, but the burden is on the government. The government will go first, and in your defense, then you can raise whatever arguments that you need to raise in your client's defense. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Chairperson.
Go ahead.
Members of the board, this is a simple case. Under district law and regulations, any cannabis product sold in the district must be labeled with the source, the contents or ingredients, and the THC content at a minimum. The district is here today to prove that Capital Cannabis sold unlabeled cannabis as an unlicensed establishment in violation of DC Code Section 7-1671.08 G2D. The district must prove that fact by substantial evidence, which means such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. We will meet that burden today through the testimony of ABCA Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru. You will hear from Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru that on January 10th, 2025, an undercover district employee purchased cannabis flower inside Capital Cannabis and it tested positive for THC. You will see that the product came in a plain black Mylar bag. There's no label identifying the contents. There is no label stating the THC content. There is no label with manufacturing information. And as Supervisor Investigator Peru will tell you, Capital Cannabis is not a licensed cannabis retailer. Capital Cannabis has a conditional license, and conditional license holders are explicitly prohibited from selling cannabis by district law. So ABCA summarily closed Capital Cannabis under DC Code Section 1761.08G2D, which permits ABCA to close unlicensed cannabis establishments that do not meet the district's labeling requirements. Members of the board, Capital Cannabis sold unlabeled cannabis as an unlicensed establishment. Therefore, at the end of this hearing, I will ask you to find in favor of the district and uphold the closure of this establishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wexler, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or do you want to defer until you present your case?
I'll defer. Do I have under these rules any ability to ask Ms. Smeatis a question?
No, you cannot ask an attorney a question, ma'am. But if there's a preliminary issue, that's one of the reasons I said preliminarily you can ask questions with
respect to her her statements. That's what I'm like. How do I cross what she just said?
The government is going to call witnesses, and the government is going to call a witness. The government will do a direct examination of the witness, and you have the ability to cross-examine the witness, ma'am.
Okay, so if what she said, she gets somebody else to say, I can cross them on it. But if she said it and
All right.
no one else
All right.
asserts it, then I can't.
All
Okay,
right.
I'm
Miss-
just sorry.
hold, hold, hold on.
Well,
Hold on. Are you an attorney, Miss Wexler?
37 years.
All right, Miss
Yes,
Wexler,
I am.
you are.
My
you are an-
question, yes, I'm sorry, I'm just not clear with how these rules in this hearing are.
All right. This is an administrative hearing, Miss Wexler. This is an administrative hearing. We follow the rules of evidence. However, we do not follow the rules of evidence as strictly as in a court of law. And so we follow the same procedures. As an attorney, you are aware that you cannot question, if you have preliminary issues, you can bring preliminary issues to the forum, and the presiding officer will try to address those issues. But at least in the middle of the hearing, you cannot question the attorney. If the parties want to go offline, so that both attorneys can confer, I will grant a short recess for that to occur. But in the middle of the hearing, you cannot question the attorney, ma'am. You can, when she calls her witnesses, when the government calls its witnesses, you can cross-examine those witnesses as you would do in any other hearing. So,
Thank you for the explanation. I will figure out how to get it into cross. I appreciate you.
all right, thank you. All right. Does the government have a witness they wish to call?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson, the government calls Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru.
Mr. Peru, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Your witness, ma'am.
Yes. Investigator Peru, could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru, JASON PERU,
Where do you work?
at the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration in Washington, D.C.
Okay, is it all right if I call that ABCA?
Yes,
All right, what is your position at ABCA?
Supervisory Investigator in Cannabis Enforcement.
Okay, what are your duties and responsibilities in cannabis enforcement?
To conduct inspections and investigations of licensed and unlicensed cannabis facilities in the District of Columbia.
And how long have you been involved with cannabis enforcement?
Since October of 2020 is when we got the program from DC Health.
Great. We're going to turn our attention to today's case. Are you familiar with the establishment Capital Cannabis?
I am.
How are you familiar with it?
An investigation was conducted regarding this location.
Okay. Did you write a case report about this investigation of Capital Cannabis?
I did.
Okay. Mr. Rayana, may I share my screen?
Ms. Dorian, can you please allow the government to share
Access
your
has been
screen?
granted.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. I'm presenting what has been marked as Government's Exhibit A. I would like to state for the record that Investigator Peru's case report is by default part of the board's record under 22-C DCMR 9715.10.
That is correct, ma'am.
Thank you. Supervisor Investigator Peru, do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
It's the case report that I drafted for the Capital Cannabis.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to the last paragraph of your case report, of your summary. Can you read that paragraph for us?
The last paragraph says, on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, SI Peru checked ABCA records and confirmed that Capital Cannabis, located at 1636 R Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., applied for a conditional medical cannabis retail license with ABCA, but the application was under review.
Okay. Can you explain what a conditional medical cannabis retail license is?
It means that you submitted an application to ABCA to be processed. However, you don't have a suitable location. to place that application at. And per the changing statute, you have 2 years to find a location to find a storefront to operate in.
So here you wrote that the application was under review. Does that mean that Capital Cannabis has a conditional license?
It means that they've applied. Um, the conditional license was granted, and that, however, under the conditional license statute, a conditional licensee specifically is defined that is not allowed to sell, serve, provide cannabis and operate when they're in possession of a conditional license. It does not give you a license to sell cannabis. It puts you in a queue saying that once you find a location, you can resubmit documents to the board to get fully licensed.
Thank you. We're going to look at the rest of your case report. Can you summarize for us what this case report details?
Yes, it details my workings with the multi-agency cannabis task force. In this case, it typically involves members of Department of Health, Department of Licensing, Consumer Protection, and MPD. This particular case involved members of DLCP, Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, conducting an undercover operation at this location.
When was that undercover operation?
It was on January 10th, 2025.
And what was that undercover investigation or operation?
I directed a investigator from DLCP to enter the establishment and make an attempt to purchase cannabis products if available.
And were cannabis products purchased at the establishment?
They were.
How do you know about the purchase?
Well, I observed the UC enter the establishment. Once a purchase was made, the UC returned to my vehicle. I took possession of the product, and then the product was later tested and secured at ABCA offices.
Okay. Would you recognize a photo of the product purchased at Capital Cannabis on January 10th?
I would.
Okay. I'm now going to present the government's Exhibit A-2. Again, I'd like to state for the record that this is an attachment to Supervisor Investigator's approved case report, so it is by default part of the board's record.
Yes, ma'am. You are correct.
Supervisor Investigator Peru, is Exhibit A-2 a true and accurate depiction of the product purchased from Capital Cannabis on January 10th?
It is.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to the top half of the photograph. What is pictured next to the product?
That's the field test kit for cannabis, THC, marijuana, and I included it because you can see the purple color is identifying a positive reaction for THC. So that confirms that the green leafy substance is in fact cannabis and contains THC.
Who conducted that field test?
I did.
Do you have any training related to conducting field tests?
I do. Most recently, I re-certified myself with training in the last month.
Okay. Looking down in the photograph, can you describe the product packaging we see?
It's just a clear Mylar bag with no markings on it whatsoever.
Okay. Did you see the back of the packaging?
I did. I cannot recall. I'm not even sure why I didn't. I don't have a photo of it, to be honest with you. But there was no indication of the content of where the product came from. There was no indication of the THC levels contained within the product. That for certain was not on the packaging.
Okay. Would you recognize a photo of the back of the packaging?
I should. I should.
I will now present what has been marked as Government's Exhibit B. Investigator Peru, can you see this?
Oh yeah, yes, that's the packaging. In fact, I may have took that photo. I included the business card so that in the evidence drop, and that's where the confusion is that I packaged the evidence in the the product in evidence packaging and placed the business card inside there for confirmation of what the location was. But the card was blocking, as you can see, some of the packaging. But I did take that photo.
Okay. Is Exhibit B a true and accurate depiction of how you package the product in the evidence bag?
It is.
Okay, Chairperson Anderson, at this time, I would like to submit Government Exhibit B into evidence.
As you said, ma'am, it's already a part of is this a part of the case report?
No.
Okay. Miss okay, I apologize. I thought it was a part of the case report. Miss Wexler, do you have any objection?
No objection.
Without objection. Thank you.
Okay. So again, can you describe what you recall of the back of the packaging?
It may have just been plain black Mylar. Based on that photo, that's why I didn't take a picture outside of the evidence bag, as you can see there, and that's why I placed the business card behind it to help identify the product when processing multiple buys at once.
Okay, from what we can see in the photograph, is there any labeling on this packaging?
Not from this angle, no.
Okay. So returning to your case report, Exhibit A, what did you conclude after examining the product purchased from Capital Cannabis?
That Capital Cannabis was an unlicensed cannabis operator and was selling cannabis products containing THC without a license. And the packaging and labeling was in violation. And the product was not tested by a DC testing lab, and therefore is in violation of district law.
Okay, earlier you mentioned a THC content label. Can you explain what that would tell the consumer?
That would tell the consumer the amount of the percentage of THC that the product contains, whether it's a drink, gummies, cannabis flower. That will give the consumer the idea of how much to consume based on what psychoactive effects they're looking for. And it also, there's different levels for medical cannabis. Typically, you'll find a higher allowance for THC to treat medical conditions, and that's why it's a requirement per DC statute for licensees.
And do you recall any other labels that are required by DC statute?
It has to say where the product was manufactured. If you're a licensed retailer, you must purchase from a licensed cultivator or manufacturer within DC. Therefore, the packaging would state that. It would also say that the product must be kept out of reach of children and that it contains cannabis.
Thank you. No further questions.
Close your screen, please.
Yes.
Ms. Wexler, do you have any questions of the witness?
Well, I have a series of direct for Mr. Peru, but when I call him, so
Ma'am,
so no.
hold on. All right, let me get some clarification. Did you? So you have also called Mr. Peru as a witness, is that correct?
Yeah, I would like to call Mr. Peru. I would also like to call Mr. Musali.
Hold on, ma'am. Hold on. Let me ask you a
Not
question.
given instructions on how to produce witnesses today.
Ma'am, but you in the middle of a hearing, you can't call you can't say in the middle of a hearing that you want to call somebody as a witness, ma'am. I mean, and I'm saying this, ma'am. You're an attorney, and I know that these are and I know that these are summary suspension hearings, so therefore there's no formal. I'm not aware that there's no formal rules and regulations about what needs to be done in preparing for these cases, because these are cases that we issue, and we have to have a hearing, I believe, within 5 days. However, within the confines, ma'am, I do not believe that in the middle of a hearing, I mean, I'd ask for preliminary matters, that after the government start its presentation, you're then saying for the first time, oh, I want to call Mr. Peru as a witness. I want to call Director Masali as a witness. That's not.
I entered these into the chat at the beginning
Ma'am,
of
the chat is
procedure,
not,
and
ma'am,
I asked the
ma'am,
Attorney General's office if she could confirm how to submit a list of witnesses. I never heard back. This is all in urgency, and I apologize that you are saying I'm, being questioned as to whether I'm an attorney or not.
I'm not
It's
saying that,
part
ma'am.
of
No, ma'am. I keep on saying that you are an attorney. I'm not questioning the fact that you're. I'm saying you are an attorney because you are an attorney. I expect that as an attorney, you are familiar with certain procedures that is followed, ma'am. That's all I'm saying.
I'm
If you
used to
were,
reading rules and following them when I enter into new forums. This is the first time I've appeared as counsel in front of ABCA, certainly on a summary hearing, and I haven't been provided rules. I apologize. Yes, I would like to question Mr. Peru.
and I don't have a problem, ma'am, and I don't have a problem you questioning Mr. Peru. But the only problem I'm having is that you're saying that you want to call him as your witness, and I'm saying that you have an opportunity to cross-examine him based on the direct examination that was done by the government. But I'm not going to allow you to call Mr. Peru as a witness in the middle of the hearing. You
That's
put no
fine.
one on notice.
And I call him when I run my case, I can call him.
No, ma'am.
Where would I have had the opportunity to enter a list and request Mr. Peru when I did not even know what time this hearing was, and nor did I know what time we were being called until you called me? I'm sorry, I'm just not familiar with your procedures. How would I get a witness to show? What is, and a government, I'm not aware. And then I see Mr. Peru come on. I'm like, okay, they knew I needed that he's critical to the case, so he would be here. He swore out the warrants or the action. What would I have done? Where are those procedures so that you would have had a list and you could have called people in a moment's notice when I'm not on the agenda?
Ma'am, all right. As a government entity, ma'am, ABCA has to publish its calendar. When were you informed that this matter was scheduled for a hearing, ma'am?
Yesterday?
No,
But
ma'am. You could not have been. No, ma'am. That is incorrect. If you say to me that you're retained yesterday, that's a different story. But this is our calendar, ma'am. That's our public calendar. And our I have been aware, and I have been aware based on our public calendar, at least for a couple of weeks, that we're having a hearing, that this is on our calendar today, ma'am.
oh, I meant our matter. My matter.
What
The
matter, ma'am?
hearing, of course, was scheduled. Our matter added to this calendar. I was informed yesterday by Mr. Berman when it was.
Yesterday, it was yesterday. You are, ma'am, but all right.
The hearing
Miss
was
Metis,
approved.
hold on. When were you advised, Miss, that this matter was scheduled for a hearing, Miss, for today, Miss Metis?
I believe last week when the respondents requested a hearing, your counsel, Jonathan Berman, emailed us and told us to hold Wednesday morning for a hearing. And on Monday afternoon, we confirmed the hearing date and time as 10:30 a.m. We received the WebEx invitation on Tuesday. Nonetheless, I've been aware that this hearing was happening on Wednesday morning since Thursday.
Of last week? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Miss Wexler?
Miss Metis, I did not have any paperwork until Monday, as you know.
Miss Wexler, you are
Okay,
addressing me, ma'am. You're
Chairman
addressing me.
Anderson,
You're
I
addressing
did
me.
not know any details about anything until I entered my notice of appearance on Sunday when I realized that that was required because I was offline from Friday night till Saturday night. I realized I sent in a notice of appearance. I called Miss Metis before business even opened on Monday to discuss. When I realized that I could even do that, we spoke. I asked her about witnesses. Things have been extremely hectic and crazy trying to prepare for this. And when I give my opening statement, that will be a part of it. My retention, counsel in front of you that has never appeared before, all of this. So I apologize for not understanding what part of this is loose and what part of this is standard, who I should have been in touch with. It has been a very compressed time in a very stressful situation for my clients. I appreciate your compassion here. I can cross Mr. Peru now on the testimony, and I would like to enter for the record that the respondents expected the officer, at a minimum, the investigator who had sworn out, did not think that I needed to formally request his presence at a closure hearing.
All right, ma'am. And I'm going to say this again, and I'm saying this way to preserve the record. Ms. Wexler, you have informed me that you have been a practicing attorney for 37 years. This is what you've stated. Ms. Wexler, it is not good form, ma'am, for you to show up at an administrative procedure at an administrative proceeding, and you are telling the forum that as a practicing attorney for 37 years, you do not know the procedures. And at a minimum, ma'am, that is unacceptable for a learned attorney to show up at the forum to say, I don't know. If you're a layperson, that's fine, because a layperson is not expected to know how to run a hearing. But as a learned attorney for 37 years, ma'am, it is unacceptable for you to show up to say, I don't know that I should have done this. I don't know that I should have done this. I understand this is a summer suspension here, so the timelines are expedited. However, you requested this hearing, ma'am. We issued the summer suspension. You requested this hearing. You could have also stated that I need more time to prepare. The law says that we have to hold this hearing within 5 days. So yes, we know we had, but you could have specifically stated, I'm not prepared in 5 days. Let us have this hearing at a different date. And I know the parties would have. So my problem with this, ma'am, is that you cannot, as a learned attorney, show up at the forum to say, I don't know how to run a hearing. This is an administrative hearing, ma'am, which operates as all other administrative hearings. So it is not appropriate for you to say, I don't know how to represent my client at an administrative hearing, ma'am. That is not appropriate, ma'am, for a learned attorney practicing 37 years, ma'am.
Heard, and to be explained and addressed in my opening remarks. I appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir.
All right. So, ma'am, so we're in the middle of this case. You have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Peru.
Good morning, Mr. Peru.
Good morning. Good morning.
I wanted to go back to
Let me ask you a question. Hold on a minute. Miss, I'm sorry, before you cross, and I'm not even sure if this would be appropriate since Mr. Peru has testified already. I should have asked you prior to if you had made all those assertions early in the case, and if you wanted to request a continuance. That is something that the board would consider, but I believe that in the middle of you cross-examine Mr. Peru, I don't think I think it would be inappropriate for us to even address that issue. So I apologize. Go ahead with your cross-examination of Mr. Peru, ma'am.
okay, Mr. Peru, I wanted to go to your let's go in the order that Ms. Meadis put up exhibits. And that is the checking of the status in the website. Remind me, what day did you looked on that website? The closure notice doesn't exactly indicate what day you checked the website. Do you know what day that was? Was it the same day, a different day?
Typically, it's going to be leading up to
Typically, I'm not interested in typically, I was wondering.
Ma'am, can you allow him to answer the
Sure.
question, ma'am?
Sure, what day?
when I plan the operation the week prior, or a few days before, I will do online searching, and then the morning of the operation, I will also check it. So, the website images from my report are from the morning of the day that the operation was conducted.
Okay, so you check the website, and then let me ask the question, where do you indicated that you checked, that the report does say that that you checked the medical record, the ABCA record on the 14th. So 4 days after the whole undercover thing goes down, then you go and check the website and learn that it is, or confirm that it's conditional. Had you ever checked before? Did you ever check the status before you ran the whole undercover, or not until after everything's done?
I did not check the address, ABCA records until complete. The only list that is checked is the unlicensed operator list, that people that applied through November of 23 to January of 24 that were protected under the statute of safe haven. That's the list. Before I conduct any enforcement against a location, I confirm that they did not apply as an unlicensed operator.
Okay, so you check the protected list, because those people, they're coming, but right now they're protected. But you didn't check that anything about the license before you ran all this?
Correct. I did not.
Okay, so I'm all right. Okay, so you have, what was your understanding of the situation when you started all this investigation? Wouldn't you first, wouldn't whether an establishment was licensed or unlicensed be the starting point of an investigation?
But they're not licensed.
But wouldn't you have to find that out somewhere?
Correct.
So how'd you find that out?
I have like I stated, ma'am, I have a list of the unlicensed applications, and I have a list of the current issued licenses.
But you just said you didn't check to see whether they were licensed before you ran this. All you had was this list that said they weren't protected. I'm just trying to figure out what triggers an investigation into an establishment.
That they're unlicensed. They're not issued a medical cannabis retail license by ABCA, and they did not apply under the unlicensed statute provision that protects them from enforcement. Every place else that comes up, whether complaint, personal knowledge, or investigation, is then looked into for operations.
Okay, so I'm still not clear on how you generated. Where did this originate? On all of the other enforcement actions that you take, how do you figure out where to start? What's
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection, ma'am?
It's a compound question. Ms. Wexler asked another question and then continued proceeding with another question.
Okay, how do you start your investigations typically, Mr. Peru? I'll rephrase.
Well, first, I mean, there's multiple ways. I mean, just sitting at a computer and Googling DC cannabis, DC stores, DC online. You know, anybody can do it. That's the simple general way. And then seen what is popped up on social medias and online resources. And also complaints may come in regarding a location or firsthand knowledge of passing by a location and being like, hey, look, what's this place?
Do
So
you
that's
do you recall what of those various scenarios was the case with respect to capital cannabis?
I believe it was a web search. I believe it was a web
So
search.
you're just randomly like sitting at your computer and said, I think I'll just go try and find some unlicensed. I'm fine. It's not, I'm not, it's a valid enforcement mechanism, just like everything else. I think I'll see who's out there flaunting the law with no license, no nothing. Let me see if I can pop somebody today. That's fine.
Objection.
And so searching.
I'm sorry, what's the nature of your objection, ma'am?
Chairperson Anderson, this attorney is testifying. She is filling in what she assumes the witness has done.
Agreed. Mr. Peru, can you say with certainty what generated this other than a web search random day you found capital cannabis? Is there anything else we're missing here?
I've been to over 140 unlicensed locations physically myself since March of 2024. And as I keep a running total and as it is publicly put forward facing on ABCA's website of a dashboard showing the enforcement actions that have been taking place against unlicensed operators, as we continue to do enforcement, a mechanism to see if new locations or locations have been missed or overlooked for some reason, then you continue to do research and investigations. And that's what investigative work entails. And that's the way I have to move accordingly to continue to conduct enforcement against unlicensed operators.
Okay. I just want to, this is kind of critical. I need to return to this. Ms. Meadus put it up there.
Do you have another question, Ms. Wexler?
Question is, you conducted a search and you determined that you were going to establish an undercover operation. Is that correct?
I compiled the list, and for that day, that location was on the list. Correct.
Okay. And at that point, you did nothing with respect to checking ABCA records with respect to capital cannabis. At that time, all you knew was that they were not protected, correct?
I know they were not on the license list, and I know that they did not have a license. Correct.
Okay. Going back to the report. Moving on to the actual task force, it says that on Friday, this is reading from your report, on Friday, January 10th, you inspected the establishment as part of the team. DLCP was there, health, MPD. January the 10th.
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection, ma'am?
This is testifying again. Is there a question?
I'm getting there.
Chairperson Anderson, can we please have a ruling?
Ms. Wexler, can you please? This is look, all right, ma'am. We're on cross-examination, ma'am.
Okay.
I need you to ask appropriate cross-examination questions of the witness, ma'am.
On Friday, January the 10th, when you inspected, who was with you, Mr. Peru?
That day, I was working with members of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, DLCP. They are one of the many agencies that are part of the task force.
Right. This is on the 10th of January, on the Friday. It doesn't say what time. Did you identify yourselves when you went in as part of this task force? Was this an actual inspection where there were all these people and the licenses were asked for, like a typical inspection?
This was not. This was an undercover operation.
So on there's no information in the report as to what went on. I'm trying to understand. So the 10th, this was undercover all of y'all went in together undercover?
Well, I cannot do undercover myself because I'm here in the hearings and everyone knows me. So no, I use members, other investigators that are not known in undercover capacity. They enter the business as a patron. They conduct a purchase if possible, and then they secure the items and retrieve them and bring them back to me.
Okay, so the report refers to the Friday, January 10th visit as an inspection. This was also an undercover operation. You don't use that term until later, after you look at the website, and then the same day you're able to get a DLCP. So this is like over the course of the week. What was your understanding about on the January the 10th? Was that a task force visit, or was that an undercover operation?
I run the multi-agency cannabis task force. I am responsible for compiling a list of unlicensed locations in the district to be visited. Some of those visits entail a walk-in inspection by members of the other agencies that could lead to other fines by the other agencies, and some of those visits are strictly an undercover operation. It depending on the location, depending on information received online, depending on how we came about that location. In this particular case, on that date, at this location, it was undercover operation only.
Okay, so you didn't identify yourself. Were the police available? Because the report says MPD was there. My client
And this
probably
is a
would have
compound
remembered.
question.
Hold on, Matt. What's the nature? What's the objection on?
It was a compound question again.
Did you identify yourself, Mr. Peru?
I don't know where in the report it references MPD.
Right here. On January 10th, Supervisory Peru, it's the second paragraph under the grounds for summary closure. January 10th, Jason inspected as part of the MCET. It included DLCP, health, and MPD. That sounds like an inspection like other
Ma'am,
people.
I'm sorry, just to clarify for the record, are you reading from my report or are you reading from
Yes,
the closure
you're
notice?
from the notice of, I'm reading from the notice of summary action, which
Which I did not draft. So just to be clear for the record, you're referring to, you're talking about my report, but you're reading from the summary closure that is not drafted and authored by myself.
okay, then I can't, I would just, on the 10th, when you went, did you identify yourself? Was that was, you were all there. The report, the notice says that it was a full team. Is that incorrect? It was not the full team. It was just you and DLCP undercover
For this location, correct.
on the 10th.
Asked
And
and answered.
then again, I'm sorry, it's a little confusing based on what was pulled from his report and what appears. So,
Ma'am, all right, ma'am. You're either, ma'am,
thank you.
Miss Wexler. Hold on, Miss Wexler. Okay, the summary. Hold on. The notice of summary action, ma'am, is an action that's authored by the Attorney General's office, ma'am. So it's an attorney who drafts this document. You have the case report that Mr. Peru drafted. So if you want to ask Mr. Peru about the contents of his case report, ma'am, that is appropriate. It's inappropriate to ask him about a document that he has now stated it was not drafted by him. It was drafted by the government, ma'am. And I think you should know the difference between the case report and the summary action notice, ma'am. All right.
Now I do. Okay. I just wanted to go quickly back to get on the record about the field test. Moving on to the field test. You just said you had just recently recertified yourself in this THC field testing. Are you aware that these are inadmissible in court of law?
The presumptive field test.
I'm not sure that's a yes or no.
Ma'am, all right, Mr. Peru, are you able to answer this question, yes or no?
No.
Let's move on.
Okay. Are you aware that these field tests produce false positives?
Aware that that can occur.
Are you aware that those field tests will pop CBD that is legal and test positive for THC, even though that it's CBD and federally legal? Are you aware that those field tests would not be able to determine that, the differentiate between that?
I can't speak on
Objection.
the scientific.
I'm sorry, what was the nature of the objection, ma'am?
These questions call for speculation and a legal conclusion about CBD.
I would say that it goes to his training.
What? Ma'am, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Ms. Wexler, but under DC law, CBD is cannabis. Okay, there's no difference
sure
between
you're aware of this.
ma'am. Under DC law, under DC law, under DC law, as you are aware, ma'am, as learned counsel is aware, states had the authority to change their law whether or not CBD was cannabis. DC did not change its law. So therefore, under DC law, CBD is cannabis. Okay, so there's not going to be any further discussion regarding that. We're talking about DC law. We're here in DC, and we're having a DC hearing. So just with that said, let's move on, ma'am.
Mr. Peru, with respect to the purchase and the package, what did you do with the package right after you purchased, after the purchase? Did the undercover UC, what did he do with the product after he purchased it?
He met with me in my vehicle, and I took possession of the item and placed it in an evidence bag.
Okay, I'm gonna that's all I have for Mr. Peru.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Peru, I have a couple of questions for you. Is Capital Cannabis DC, are they licensed by ABCA to sell cannabis in the District of Columbia?
No, sir.
And you stated earlier they had what type of do they have any type of license in the District of Columbia currently?
They have a conditional medical retail license with ABCA, which gives them the ability for 2 years to find a location that's suitable under the statute to then open up and get licensed by the ABCA board.
So in having a conditional license, can they sell cannabis?
They cannot.
How with a conditional license, how can they convert to a license to sell cannabis within the District of Columbia?
Well, first, once you have a conditional, means you submitted an application, meaning that you you submitted the proper documents that qualified you to move forward. And once you find the location and address, the address has to be mapped per GIS mapping to confirm that it meets the requirements, distance from a school and recreational center and distance from another cannabis retailer. If that qualifies, then the application can move forward with an address, and then they go through a placarding period, and then they go back to the board after inspection for then licensure. So there's a process before that can happen.
Now, let me ask you a question. For a licensed establishment within the District of Columbia, how do I know that if I was to show up at an at a cannabis establishment in DC, how would I, as Joe Public, know that this is a licensed establishment when I show up? Are there any signs? I mean, are there any signs to give me any notification that this establishment is licensed to sell cannabis within DC generally?
Yeah, generally, well, they have to have the ABCA license posted, right? Number one, they would have to have signs pertaining to the age of allowances for purchases. And the biggest tell would be is that you have to register as a medical cannabis patient with ABCA, self-certifying, or have a medical card from another jurisdiction that has reciprocity with the district before you can purchase.
Now, does this Capital Cannabis establishment, did they have a license posted when you went to the establishment?
They do not have an ABCA license. No.
Now, you stated that an undercover buy was made. Do you know whether or not the individual who purchased, did they present any individual within the establishment with a medical card?
No, they did not.
And how do you know that they did not?
Because the UC, as my report states, the UC was just asked for ID. And once they confirmed the age of the UC, they were allowed to proceed.
Now, what is for a medical license business in the District of Columbia, how can I legally purchase cannabis?
Well, if you're 21 and over, you could go into it. You enter a medical cannabis dispensary. You can look up the licensed locations on our ABCA's website. You visit the location, you present your ID. You're then asked to fill out a questionnaire. It's for self-certification if you do not have a current medical card. Once you fill out that questionnaire, which is a HIPAA protected, you then are issued a light medical cannabis license number, and that number can then be used again at any medical license dispensary in a district to purchase cannabis.
So are you saying that within the District of Columbia, in order to legally purchase cannabis, you have to have a number or say a card to purchase it from a license from a licensed establishment in DC?
Correct, sir.
And you testified that there was an undercover. Did the person who purchased cannabis, did they undergo any of these procedures in purchasing cannabis from this establishment?
No, they did not.
Okay. How many times have you visited this establishment personally, sir? Have you been inside this establishment?
Not since the day of the closure. The day
No,
of the
I'm
closure
just
was
saying,
the first time.
have you historically, have you been in this establishment?
Prior to the closure, sir, no.
Okay. All right. All right. I don't have any other questions. Any other questions by any other board members? Hold on. Mr. I have another question. Mr. Does this establishment have a website?
Yes, they did have a website, yes.
Have you visited this website?
I did multiple times.
And so what information were you able to find together regarding the website?
That they were offering for sale cannabis and a variety of cannabis products. I mean, the website is still active as of today. I don't know if I haven't tried to make a purchase, but the website's still active.
Okay.
The same pictures in my report are the same way the website currently looks with pricing and whatnot.
And just does this establishment have an ABCA license as of today?
No, they do not.
And can this establishment sell cannabis as of today?
No, they cannot.
All right, fine. All right, Ms. Wexler. Ms. Wexler, do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions that I asked, ma'am?
I do. Can you clarify? You said you had never visited the establishment prior to closure. That would have been on February the 5th.
I've never been inside the business.
You had never been inside until the day of closure. So both undercover times, the 10th and the 14th of January, you had not entered.
Correct.
But so you had visited the establishment, you had been at the street with other people twice. And then that was the third time was when you actually entered.
I've been at the location once with the task force on January 10th, and then the day of the closure.
But it says that you were there on the 14th and you received the product after the buy. So that's the 14th.
I'm not sure where
or
the dates are coming from. I don't know what the 14th day is coming from, ma'am.
It was the day you reviewed the record. It was the day. Oh, that's the 10th. My mistake. The 10th.
Ma'am,
Were there on the 10th?
Ms. Wexler, Ms. Wexler, are you referencing the case report? Are you referencing the summary suspension notice that's written by the the attorney?
I wasn't looking at his case report. I'm through with Mr. Peru. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matis, do you have any redirect?
Yes, first I have a matter that I would like the board to take administrative notice of, if I could share my screen.
What is that, ma'am? Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Ariana, can you please allow the government to share through? Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the board's notice of meeting outlining conditional applications that they granted on October 9th, 2024 at 10 a.m. And first on this list, review of request to convert social equity application to a conditional retailer license, Capital Cannabis board decision approved.
All right, that's the board's calendar. That's the board's public agenda of a vote that was taken. So, all right.
So this is into the record, Chairperson Anderson.
Ms. Wexler.
No problem. No objection.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you. I will stop sharing this screen. I have a couple of questions on redirect for Supervisor Investigator Peru. We're going to start back with Exhibit A, his case report. Okay, Investigator Peru, when was the undercover purchase done at Capital Cannabis? I'm sorry, I can't hear anything from the meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was my fault. I was on mute. I just realized that. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, January 10th, Friday, January 10th is when the undercover operation occurred.
And when did you take custody of the purchase from Capital Cannabis?
On the same day.
And when did you test the product purchased from Capital Cannabis?
That same day, back at the office.
Okay, thank you. I will stop sharing my screen. I'm going to now present what has been marked as Government's Exhibit A-2, A-1. Again, I'd like to state for the record that this is an attachment to Investigator Peru's case report. Give me 1 second to pull this exhibit. Okay, I'm sharing my screen with this exhibit. Investigator Peru, do you recognize this webpage?
Correct. That's part of my what I received, what I took and added to my report. Screenshots.
Did you review this webpage on January 10th?
I did.
Okay. Let's scroll down to the second page, or the third page. Do you recognize this page?
Yes, that's another screenshot that I took to add to my report.
Mm-hmm. And what is stated in this black box in this paragraph?
It says, shop with us. We do not deliver at this time. Please do not be fooled by the fake sites on our website. We are not affiliated with greenhighdelivery.com. We have been compromised. We are a storefront, not a delivery service. Location 1636 R Street Northwest, second floor, Washington, D.C. Listing the hours Tuesday through Saturday, 12 to 7, Sunday and Monday closed, and the contact number.
Great, thank you, Supervisor Investigator Peru. That is the end of my redirect. Thank you.
Investigator Peru, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great day. Does the government have another witness they wish to call?
No, Chairperson.
Does the government rest?
Yes, the government rests.
Thank you. Ms. Wexler, how do you plan to present your case? You said you're going to do an opening, and then do you have witness?
I'd like to do an opening statement, and then if we can call Mr. Peru, if not, we'll just go from there. I'm just
So you want to call? All right.
right now. I'd like to give an opening statement.
All right. Let's do the opening statement, and then I need to get some clarification, and then I might take a break. But go ahead and do your opening statement, ma'am.
Sure. So, my name's Pamela Wexler. I've been a licensed attorney for, as I said, more than 35 years. My first time appearing before ABCA, and I wouldn't normally start with an introduction of myself, but it is kind of important to this case. I need you to know I'm also counsel for the District of Columbia Cannabis Business Association, and I'm also lead counsel in the case that is suing the District of Columbia with respect to hemp, where we've also already received a fantastic ruling from the Superior Court. We have not exhausted administrative remedies, but all indications are that ABCA is going to back down and realize that, no, you didn't have to change the definition, but you didn't, and hemp is legal federally. But with that, I just want to say that when I received this call last week about this event at Capitol Cannabis, I would not have taken this representation if these people were straight up conditional licenses with no location. Because like the rest of this city, I too want to see a robust market develop, and I know that there's no way that we can do that without getting rid of some of these with gifters. But that's a big arc. Gifters, I-71 operators is not a singular definition. And I understand that we need to shut down unlicensed operators, but you know what? Capitol Cannabis isn't that. The title of this hearing should have been From Placard to Handcuffs. Mr. Jackson is a social equity applicant. Mr. Jackson was placarded at that location. I don't know if the board is aware of that. I don't know if ABCA Mr. Peru is aware of that. This is a social equity applicant. He has invested more than $100,000. He was placarded 2 weeks before he is due to open. He is at the end of the whole regulatory procedure. He has done nothing but followed ABCA's direction. 2 weeks before he's due to open, he gets the directive to go apply for his certificate of occupancy. And what happens? He's denied. Why is he denied? Because he is told that his store is in a residential zone and he cannot. I don't know what that happened there. He's in a residential zone and he cannot. His store is not licensed to be there. It is the first time in a long process that he has any knowledge that he can't be there. The agency whose primary responsibility is to look at a map and look at a very complicated set of conditions that determine whether that location can go forward, gives him approval. They give him a GIS plan, the map. He's working with someone. He's a social equity applicant. He is placarded. And then he is told, we made a mistake. If I were them, I would have retained me back then. We wouldn't be at this hearing. He wouldn't have been handcuffed. But instead, he says, okay, what do we do? And they stupidly, and I will say my client stupidly, out of money, no resources, without sophisticated knowledge of this industry. He's a social equity applicant. The whole regime based on trying to repair the injustice of someone who was jailed over something that should have never been criminalized. He chooses not to hire an attorney, and they try to do this on their own. They stupidly agree to revert to conditional, thinking, oh, I guess we'll find another location. They hire a realtor. They contract with a realtor. They are ready to be operational. They are ready to sell. They are ready to transition out of gifting. They are because they are doing everything ABCA says. So here they are in the midst of regulatory hell. They continue to operate. As late as January the 16th, they are still in active negotiations with ABCA, Paul Goldstein from the Bureau of Zoning, and Mr. Musali is copied, knowing that there are active negotiations over the problem with the fact that ABCA placarded. They got all the way to placarding before the zoning issue was determined. I'm working with DCCBA. I understand all the zoning issues and problems and whatever. But the circumstances of this license, Ms. Meadus would like this to believe this is a simple buy. But that is not a simple buy. It is everything but a simple buy. She doesn't want us to talk about the status of the license. It's all about the status of the license. These people were placarded. And you took that away. You put them in conditional. They think they're going to find a location. Paul, the zoning board is still offering on January the 16th various options for them to pursue. These people did not even understand that they needed representation. They thought ABCA was on their side. They thought ABCA would work with them. Okay, so here we are. I get retained. I come in. I'm not an ABCA lawyer. I know, I'm in a week supposed to figure out procedures that aren't written down. Okay, I take my licks on not knowing your witness calling procedures. But this hearing is about their license. You're just sitting here telling me they're unlicensed, and yet the records show that they're conditional. These people relied on the government, ABCA specifically. And if not for ABCA's failure to do its job and then to express any kind of accountability or to work with them, to assist them, to try and figure this out, it's abominable, frankly. And now you are sitting here learning that you have taken a social equity applicant, you never checked any of the history, no one ever investigated it, and frankly, you leapfrog to enforcement over someone who is in active negotiations. And frankly, I will end my opening with saying that Mr. Jackson did not need to invest $100,000 to become a medical licensee so that he could be put in handcuffs and go back to jail. And that is what the headline will read. This program that was intended to repair, you have re-traumatized him. Where do we go from here? I don't know. His store that was placarded was then considered an imminent threat. This hearing was intended to make sure that you all knew that the license is the issue, and ABCA's negligent behavior here is the cause of Mr. Jackson being put in this position. I would like to examine Mr. Peru. And I understand that you wanted to take a break to determine that. My clients have been wronged terribly here. They were.
Ma'am, are you making an opening statement? I mean,
What I'm saying is, I know you have a difficult position because I was not aware that I needed to send some specific thing to some specific place to request Mr. Peru and Mr. Musali and perhaps other people to be present and on me. Going forward, whatever the ruling of this board is, these people were offered back a conditional license. Mr. Jackson has a criminal charge because no one at ABCA, it's clear, did any investigation to understand the status of this license before they went after enforcement. They leapfrogged to enforcement. I'm going to close. I'm going to stop. I'm going to let you break and figure out how you deal with me and my request to examine Mr. Peru. Thank you.
all right, so you're saying that you want to call Mr. Peru as a witness. Is there any other person that you wanted to call as a witness?
I wanted to call Mr. Peru and I believed that Mr. Musali would be here. There are many witnesses that I would have called had I had prepared properly. Mr. Goldstein, the people at ABCA, there are 3 different people. I would have called the ANC commissioner.
Ma'am, all right.
I had a witness list. I just never.
So you're saying, so
as to where to put it.
So you have a witness. So who are the witnesses that you wanted to call today, ma'am? You want to call Mr. Peru? I understand why you'd want to call Mr. Peru.
I wanted to call Mr. Musali.
Why? What's the proffer of Mr. Musali's testimony?
With respect to ABCA's priorities, enforcement, how this location was chosen, the supervision over the priority.
But Ms. Wexler, with all due respect, that's irrelevant to this case, ma'am. I mean, this is a assuming, hold on, Miss Wexler. Assuming for argument's sake that everything that you stated in your opening is correct, assuming for argument's sake, whether or not they were being placarded, whether or not the agency messed up, whether or not the agency is at fault because their placarding was pulled. At the end of the day, ma'am, they do not have a license. They were, and maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, were they issuing a license or were they in the process of getting a license? Which one, ma'am? Because if they were issued a license, we're in a different story. If they're in the process, ma'am, of getting a license, it's all of this is irrelevant because if you're in the process of getting a license until this board votes and issue the license, you cannot sell cannabis until you have a license in your hand. And ma'am, you can also, this matter can be protested. And if we had a protest hearing, during a protest hearing, the board could deny issuing a license at a protest hearing. So I guess what I'm trying to say from you, ma'am, assuming arguendo, hold on, ma'am, assuming for argument's sake that everything that you said, ma'am, is correct, does your client have a license from ABCA to sell cannabis?
Yes. We believe he has.
Ma'am, not what you believe. Where is the license, ma'am? Give me a show.
Ms. Meadis put on the screen ABCA's approval of conditional. I have the timeline.
Ma'am, what does conditional mean, ma'am? I believe, ma'am, hold on. Mr. Peru testified, you had an opportunity to cross-examine him, and Mr. Peru states that a conditional license, it's conditional until you find a until you're approved to have a license. So therefore, yes, you have a conditional license, ma'am, but that does not mean that you can sell cannabis under a conditional license. I'm confused. That's what I'm saying. Assuming for argument's sake that everything that you say is correct, does your client have a license? No. If they have a license, provide us a copy of the license that your client has, ma'am.
I understand your distinction, sir. Again, this goes back to their understanding of what they had, the situation that they were in, and the fact that ABCA put them there. Again, like you said, that's not relevant.
That's not relevant, ma'am, because at the end of the day, ma'am, if your argument is that, your argument has to be that my client has a license. If your client does not have a license, ma'am, if the client has a conditional, it's like, do I have a driver's license or do I have a conditional driver's license? If you have a conditional driver's license, ma'am, you know there are that says you don't have a full license, and so I'm not quite sure where we're going with the arguments that you're making, ma'am, because I said, assuming arguendo, everything that you say is correct. At the end of the day, does your client have a license? And you're not telling me that they have a license, or neither are you providing me a copy of the license that your client has. And as you are aware, to sell cannabis, medical cannabis within the District of Columbia, you have to be issued a license by ABCA.
Yeah, I hear you. You know, my clients were social equity retailers without a location. That's their position.
They're without a location and they don't have a license. I mean, so if
they have a location under dispute,
ma'am, but don't. All right, All right. All right. I'm gonna I need to pick a and I need to consult with our lawyers.
Chairperson
Yes,
Anderson?
yes, I'm gonna give an opportunity, ma'am. That's what I was gonna ask. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The district certainly objects to bringing Investigator Peru back on as a witness. Respondents Counsel has not shown us what information she can get from Investigator Peru now that she could not get from him on cross-examination. And with respect to Director Musali, it is her responsibility to produce or subpoena any witnesses she wants. Again, this was not the obligation of our office or the board to put forth witnesses for her. Further, I would like to point out again that there is a outstanding relevance objection that I made earlier in this hearing.
And so so tell me, what's the objection? Renew your objection, ma'am. What's the nature of the objection, ma'am? And what is it that you want the board to do?
To bar the establishment from presenting testimony evidence about ABCA's consideration of its application for a retail license. That is irrelevant. This is an enforcement hearing about a time period in which they only had a conditional license. This is not a licensing appeal hearing or a protest hearing. This irrelevant testimony will prohibit the board from, effectively carrying out this hearing and making an efficient decision on the matter.
And what is it that you want the board to do?
To prohibit her from soliciting testimony to that extent from her witnesses.
Okay, fine. Miss Wexler, just one last question. A proffer, whatever, I know that you cross-examined Mr. Peru. Can you provide a proffer of what is it that you would ask Mr. Peru under the direct?
Second, I'm trying to think about how to get around this.
I'm just asking for.
Yeah, I know. I'm not really sure how to answer, Chairman. Other than the truth, which is I get why why prosecution wants to make this into a very simple, you didn't have a license, straight up buy. If this is not the forum where I can raise the equity, the fairness, the justice, and the, frankly, negligence and causal behavior of ABCA, or at least suggest the causal behavior, I will find the proper forum. My clients will find the proper procedure to bring these up, protests, or whether they simply initiate suit for all of the losses. And the fact that, yeah, he's got a criminal charge on an undercover buy, and nobody ever looked to see whether this guy was social equity.
Oh.
We'll take it to a different forum.
All right. So what is it that what is it at this juncture in the case, ma'am? What is it that you're asking? Are you going to put
I'm not going to be able to do
defense?
anything. I'm sorry, say again?
Are you going to put a defense on? Are you going to call witnesses? What is it where are we at this juncture?
I'm not sure that my defense goes to the license and the history and the context. It is not a simple story. If the story today is simply they didn't have a license, straight up buy, yeah, you put a social equity applicant in this position, I can't fight that here. I can't fight that here.
All right.
I can fight a closure here based on the fact that they should have never been here in the first place. And that has to do with ABCA's negligence and the history and the context and why we find ourselves here. Why a social equity applicant ended up in handcuffs.
That is not relevant for this hearing, ma'am. I mean, this is a summer
Right.
suspension hearing. You requested a hearing, but this is not the proper forum to go into the issues that you're having in the sense of why they do not have a hearing. It's not relevant to this proceeding why they don't have a license. I mean, the question presented today, do you have a defense to say yes, they had a license, and yes, they're licensed to operate within the District of Columbia. If you're saying to us that, well, they did not have a license for these reasons, then you're telling me that your client should not be operating because they did not have a license. If it's your position that you need a license to operate and your client did not have a license to operate, the reason why your client does not have a license to operate within the District of Columbia within this forum is not relevant. It's either you either have a license or you don't have a license. There might be another forum to dispute what went wrong, but this is not this forum.
Could I raise one question now?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, I'm confused because your terms are different, social equity with a location condition or whatever. Yesterday, we received a settlement offer from the government that was to return our conditional
Objection.
Ma'am, all right.
If it doesn't exist, then what we were
Ma'am,
being
hold on.
offered to
Ma'am,
return.
hold on. Why, as you're aware, ma'am, we do not entertain settlement negotiations here in these hearings. If the matter is settled, there's no need for the board. So therefore, we do not raise settlement discussions at the hearing, and it's improper, ma'am, as an attorney, for you to have brought that up at this forum.
Chairman Anderson, something was being.
Ma'am, that's irrelevant. Ma'am, that is not. That's, ma'am, listen to me,
Now
ma'am.
it doesn't exist. I'm sorry.
Ma'am. As an attorney, you know that settlement discussions cannot be brought up at a hearing because that's why there are settlements. And so therefore, the matter is not settled, so that's why we have a hearing. You cannot, ma'am, talk about what was offered or what was not offered to you. It is not relevant for the board's decision today, ma'am. So please do not mention that any further, ma'am. You have anything else you want to raise, ma'am? I can't hear you, ma'am.
No, I don't have any other point I want to raise.
All right, so at this juncture, where we are is that the establishment is supposed to put its defense, how they're going to defend themselves, and they stated that they wanted to call Mr. Peru and I wanted to call Mr. Musali. I asked counsel to provide me a proffer of the testimony of Mr. Peru. Counsel is unable to provide that proffer because counsel had an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Peru, and I've asked counsel if you had an opportunity to call Mr. Peru as your witness, can you give us a proffer of what information you were unable to elicit from Mr. Peru under cross-examination that you are unable to bring forth under cross-examination, so therefore you need direct testimony to bring that out. So I'm not sure. I think the second witness that was put on the record is Director Musali, and the proffer was that Mr. Musali would be speaking about, I think the errors by the agency, why this license does not have a license, and I don't think I don't think based on where this case is, I don't believe that that Mr. Director Musali would be an appropriate witness to call, but I'm not sure at this juncture. But
Chairperson Anderson,
yes, ma'am.
may I make an additional statement on using Director Musali as a witness?
Yes, ma'am.
It seems that the testimony she would like to elicit is covered by the deliberative process privilege. She is seeking information about deliberations made by ABCA and policies developed by ABCA and how they were followed. This information is pre-decisional and completely deliberative and is not proper to be raised in any forum.
Okay, ma'am. All right. Thank you. Any other, before we take this break, anything else you want to raise, Ms. Wexler? No?
No.
All right. All right, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 ULC 00060 Capital Cannabis DC, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. The board will be, the parties can stay online. The board will go into executive session to consult with our counsel on a legal issue. So the parties can stay. I'll ask all board members to return to executive session. Thank you.
So John, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know who else can hear us.
I can still hear you as well. You are on a public line. This is also on YouTube right now.
Thanks, Sophia. John and Savannah, we're gonna get on a phone. Thanks, Sophia, for letting us know that.
We're back on the record. I'm waiting for the government to come back online. Okay, the board went into executive session to confer with our attorney, with our legal, based on next steps. Ma'am, how is it that, Ms. Wexler, how is it that, do you have any witnesses to call? I think you had proffered that you want to call Mr. Peru. You had an opportunity to
Chairman
question.
Anderson,
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I don't want you to run circles trying to figure out how to get me right to talk to direct examine Mr. Peru. I would like it, but what I've learned today is that our vision of what's going on here between the government and my clients is very different, and that this is not the proper forum, or it may not be the proper forum for us to resolve what we see as a much bigger issue here. And, you know, I don't know that examining Mr. Peru here today is going to get us the resolution that we need, because Ms. Medesis does not want to discuss ABCA's role or the license, and now I see that, and so, you know, now it's I want to not continue to pretend that we will, and for her to just object, and it's the license. That it is the history and the context of the license, and apparently this isn't the forum where that can be even discussed. And so maybe that will help you inform you as to how to proceed.
Well, at this juncture, it's the licensee needs to put a defense. If the licensee doesn't have a defense because there's a motion to say, and I think the proffer of the testimony that will be provided by the licensee, it's dealing with process and procedures. It's not the issue, and the only issue is that whether or not this individual had a license to sell medical cannabis within the District of Columbia. And I think that it's clear that that they don't have a license. Why they don't have a license, it's not relevant in this proceeding, because I think that's what I'm hearing, is that we'll be hearing testimony about why they, whatever mishaps or by the agency or by the DC government, that there's social equity. But at the end of the day, I think that there is agreement that they do not have a license. I think that is what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing from you. And if I'm hearing something incorrect, please correct me on the record. But if so, it doesn't appear to me that you have a defense on the issue here. So I think that if that's the case, then we need to move to closing. The government needs to say what it is that they wish the agency to do. And Ms. Wexler, then you need to, in closing, share with us what it is that you wish the agency, the board, what action that the board should make, and that we close this hearing. If I'm incorrect, please correct me. We'll start with the Well, I'll start with you first, Ms. Wexler, because at this point in the proceedings, this is your opportunity to put testimony, evidence, and testimony and evidence on to say that to defend your client in the existence of the license, not that they don't have a license because the agency didn't give them a license, but do you have evidence that you're going to put on to state that your client was licensed by ABCA to sell medical cannabis within the District of Columbia? And I think you've told me that you don't have any evidence to support that.
Correct?
Okay. So we're at the part of the case that we do closing with the government, and then you can in closing, ma'am, let us let us know what it is that you want to occur moving forward. If that's the case, then we are at the stage for closing. And as I stated, ma'am, there is a different forum if you want to contest the reason why they were not issued a license, but this is not the forum. It's either I have a license or I don't have a license. And if you do not have a license if you do not have a medical cannabis license within the District of Columbia, no entity can legally sell medical cannabis within the District of Columbia without a license issued by ABCA. Okay, so we'll do closing, starting with the government.
Thank you, Chairperson Anderson. And members of the board, thank you for your time this morning and this afternoon. Capital Cannabis does not have a license, and Capital Cannabis sold cannabis without any labels. This board granted Capital Cannabis a conditional license, and that fact is indisputable. The holder of a conditional license may not sell cannabis or cannabis products. Already, we know that Capital Cannabis is an unlicensed establishment, and that is subject to the district summary closure law. Under that law, specifically DC Code Section 1671.08G2D, selling cannabis without labels is grounds for closure because it poses an imminent danger to the health or safety of the public. That is a statutory definition, and it's a matter of common sense as well. You heard Supervisor Investigator Peru explain what the difference between THC levels could mean. He explained what the importance of manufacturing information is. And Capital Cannabis did not dispute the fact that they sold cannabis in a plain black bag. No labels, no information. That is all this board needs to know to uphold the summary closure of this establishment. The district therefore asks this board to uphold the closure of Capital Cannabis at the address at issue, which is 1636 R Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20009. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wexler.
At the time of closure, my clients believed that their license situation was under consideration at the agency. They had no notice, no warning that they had moved into a category of unlicensed operators that were subject to closure without any warning, without any notice. They believed that they were doing the right thing and that they were moving towards operational legality through no fault of their own. With respect to the actual contents of the buy, I would like to just get on record that while the bag may not have been marked with all of the contents, dispensaries all across the city that are licensed are doing the same thing, selling uncertified, untested THC. My clients have been wronged by the District of Columbia. Their rights have been violated. They have something worth value has been taken from them, their placard, without any consideration. These people should not only be able to operate at that location under the gifting rubric that has been upheld by the courts until March 31st, when they would be subject to summary closure like all of the rest of the unlicensed establishments. Short of that, they should at least be returned their conditional license so that they are allowed to try and salvage their brand and their livelihood while they proceed to seek another location and potentially reopen and potentially recoup all of the damage that has been done to them by this process. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, this matter is now closed. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 ULC 00060 Capital Cannabis DC, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 ULC 00060 Capital Cannabis DC for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Board Member Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 4-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today, and the Board will issue a decision. I believe we have a very short timeline, but the Board will comply with the law in issuing its decision within the statutory required timeline. Thank you very much. Okay. We're at the end of our calendar today. So what I'm going to basically do is that I'm going to take a break for the board to have a lunch break. It's 12:50. I will ask the board members to return to executive session at 1:20. So for us to return to executive session at 1:20, and then we will come back to the public hearing at 1:30. So executive session at 1:20. Thank you. We're back in the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairman of the Board. Joining me this afternoon are three other board members, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 4 members in attendance this afternoon, and so we have a quorum to conduct business. And so let's look at our afternoon agenda. The first case in our afternoon calendar is case number 24 CMP 00051 Thirst Lounge, license number 126287. This case has been rescheduled to February 26, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CC 00013 Virginia Market, license number 119980. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00044 Kiddus Lounge, license number 119361. This hearing has been rescheduled to March 12th at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00071 J&D Market, license number 103723. This hearing has been rescheduled to February 26 at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00126. License number 128386. This hearing has been rescheduled to March 12th at 1:30 p.m. And the last case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00124, the Family Tree LLC, license number 127855. This hearing is canceled due to dismissal of the protest. See Board Order number 2025-063. We're now at the end of our calendar for the day, and so let's now do our agenda items. And the first agenda that we will address today, it's our legal agenda. And the first matter on our legal agenda, it's a review of a motion to intervene in fact-finding hearing protesting. This is DC Wine and Spirits, LLC, Total Wine and More, license number 130474. This is an FYI for the board. The next matter is a review of applicant's motion to deny Group of Five motion to intervene in fact-finding hearing. This is Total Wine and More, license number 130474. This is moot. I'm sorry. Number 3, review of Group of Five motion opposing applicant's motion to dismiss Group of Five's motion to intervene in fact-finding hearing. This is Total Wine and More, license number 130474. This is also moot. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement. This is for DT Market, license number 127407. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Now we move to our addendum, legal agenda, alcohol addendum. The one matter on this addendum is a review of a settlement agreement. This is for El Supremo Italian Restaurant and Bar 2, license number 129516. I make a motion that we approve this settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. All right. So let's now move to our licensing matters. So the first matter on our licensing agenda, hold on. Our license agenda, number 1, review of application for safekeeping of license. This is for Hotel Arboretum, license number 082836. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is NATI 824, license number 105176. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2025. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 3, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Buffalo and Bergen, license number 124816. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 4, review request for approval to provide a gift of prepared food samples that doesn't exceed $500 in value to Lax Wine and Spirits, license number 082054. This request is being made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 5, review request for approval to provide a gift of frame boards that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request has been made by Premium Distributors, license number 060290. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 6, review request for approval to provide a gift of draft line cleaning services that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. This is again from Premium Distributors, license number 060290. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 7, review a request for approval to provide a gift of Washington Nationals baseball tickets that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. This request has been made by Premium Distributors. The license number is 060290. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 8, review request for approval to provide a gift of branded neon LED signs that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. This is the request again by Premium Distributors. The license number is 060290. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. So let's now do the cancellation agenda. And the first one, the first matter on the cancellation agenda, it's Bronze DC license number 121843. And on the cancellation agenda, I make a motion that we return this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. The ABC board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons aligned below. Mozeria, Mozeria, license number 116160. The licensee requests cancellation. Una Chicago Grill, license number 013377. The licensee requested cancellation. I make a motion that the ABC board cancel those licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We now are at the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 11 applicants on this docket. I'm going to read the names of all 11. The type of license that the type of license that they require, and the date, the license number, and the attendees. And I will make recommendations. And at the end of the list, I'm asking that the ABC board members approve the recommendations made by the chair. So the first licensee is a request from Anita Ellis for one-day license class G. This event was supposed to be on February the 11th, 2026. The license number was 131306, 50 attendees, 1 security guard. This one we are going to the recommendation is that we return this one back to licensing. Number 2, a request from Jessica Zalowik, Zalluzec, a one-day license class G. This is a reception. This is March 27th. The license number is 131322, 110 attendees, 3 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 3, another request from Jessica Zalek, Zalluzec, a one-day license class G. Reception. This is on May 1st. License number is 131323, 110 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 4, another request from Jessica Zalek, a one-day license class G. This is on reception on September 25th. The license number is 131324, 110 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 5, request from Stephen Rutgers, Rutgers, a one-day license class G. It's the music and firework. This is June 7th and June 8th. The license number is 131327, 1,000 attendees, 22 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 6, request from Benjamin Dukes, a one-day license class G, a wedding. This is March 8th. License number 131340, 125 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 7, a request from Daniel Kramer, one-day license class G festival. This is March 25th. The license number is 131336, 500 attendees, 6 security guards. Approval. Number 8, another request from Daniel Kramer, one-day license class G festival. April 26th, license numbers 131337, 500 attendees, 6 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 9, another request from Daniel Kramer, one-day license class G festival. This is May 10th. The license number is 131338, 500 attendees, 6 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 10, another request from Daniel Kramer, one-day license class G festival. This is October 19th. The license number is 131339, 500 attendees, 6 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 11, request from AMC Theaters, Georgetown 14, one-day substantial change. Nature of substantial change to extend hours until 2 a.m. This is for February 14th through February 17th. The license number is 099730. Substantial change is license number is 25SC00559. Recommendation approval. And so therefore I make a motion that ABC board approves the one-day substantial change agenda with the recommendations made by approving the recommendations made by the chair. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn and Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We're now, this is alcohol. Excuse me. So this is the alcohol license administrative docket. And on this docket, there are 14 applicants. And so without objection, I make a motion that ABC board approves all the applicants on the ABC license and administrative docket for Wednesday, February 12th, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. So let's now move to our medical cannabis licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are 4 items. I will review all 4 items in the record, and I will make recommendations, and I will ask that ABC board vote to approve the recommendations made by the chair. So the first set of licensing on this agenda is a conditional license. And number 1, review of social equity application for a conditional retail license. This is for WVC Wellness, license number 127610, recommendation approval. The second set of license are standard. Number 2, review of conditional converting to standard social equity application for new manufacturer type 1 license. This is for this is Cloud9, license number 125653, recommendation approval. Number 3, review of conditional converting to standard social equity application for new retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for DC Garden Hill, license number 128406, recommendation of placard. This is not for now for our request. Review request to add educational tasting endorsement for approved social equity standard retailer. This is Mr. Green DC, license number 128502, recommendation on placard. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approves the recommendations made by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass 4-0. We now are at the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. On this docket, there is one applicant, which is Mr. Nice Guy's license number 127919. This is a medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement, new social equity application. I make a motion that ABC Board approve this application. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. All right. Well, I believe I have now covered all the agendas for today. Yes, I have now covered all the agendas for the day, and having no further business, I'm gonna close the record. I'm now gonna close the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February 13th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigation of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for February 13th, as published in DC Register on January 31st. As published in the DC Register on February 7th. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn?
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank all the members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and also our board members who participated in our hearings. Without any further business, the board is adjourned for the day, and I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you.